Okay. There's gonna be no bugs today. We're not gonna have a single bug. Well, maybe there will be like a bug in terms of like a mosquito type of deal, but as far as like actually a bug in terms of the code, there's gonna be no bug. Okay. Alright, lock in. I've gotta move this monitor so that it's not, I don't have to crane my neck as much. I've been noticing that I get like aches every time I come out here. Oh hey Arya, wow, you're fast. You're pretty fast there. You know, I'm reformed, because you said earlier, you said and you doubted me, SMH, and I was totally like, it took me like so much self-restraint to not do the arrow key bit, you know, and I just think that that's just wonderful. I know what I'm gonna play today, and it's Laura Nyro, because I had a dream about Laura Nyro last night. It's a very, very strange dream. I think I owned like a Marriott hotel, and this family that came over, I was cooking chili with them, and there was like knives that they were getting out of the ceiling, and they were chopping things really fast. Anyway, I thought that the dream was crazy. Anyway, how it relates to Laura Nyro. It was a very Lynchian dream. There was a lot of different, like, it was like a dream within a dream within a dream type of thing. And eventually I was like in the 1970s or whatever and watching Laura Nyro live. Laura Nyro, if you didn't know, is a soul singer. And she was playing live. She was like sitting down, there was a spotlight on her, and she was like slowly playing one of her songs, Triple Goddess Twilight, and then all of a sudden she stops at the end of the first verse and then looks around, and then she takes off her scarf, and it turned out that it was a body double. And then the real Laura Nyro has this spotlight on her, and then she comes rushing down the stairs, and then she takes over the piano, and then she starts playing the second verse really fast, and then that verse ends, and then the real Laura Nyro with the spotlight on her comes pushing a piano out by her hands, just running, and then she sings the last verse playing the piano with one hand and a mic in hand. And it was like the craziest, one of the craziest dreams I've ever had. Anyway, that's why I'm listening to Laura Nyro today. Hey Carrie, how are you doing? Yeah, I've been having really strange dreams lately. I think it's maybe something with my medication. Anyway, I thought that was just too crazy of a dream to not mention. Anyway, so I fixed the bugs at the end of yesterday. I like ate dinner, and then I came back outside, and then I sat down right here, and I sat there for 2 more hours, and then I finally tracked down a couple of the bugs here. And now our render pass, believe it or not, just works. So I'm gonna show that off really quick. Yeah, I saw there's a lot of bees outside this morning, and it was like, there's so many bees outside this morning, and I was watching them, pollinate plants and stuff, and dude, bees are the shit, like, for real. Like, watching them do their thing It's pretty amazing. Anyway, so the bugs are fixed. What are you Lamau whatting? My dream? What, you didn't think that the dream was sick? Anyway, so the cool thing about this render pass, I mean, I know it looks like, really not, well done because there's no post-processing put on it. But basically what this is just the raw geometry getting fed, and then this does the upscale itself. So I know that this doesn't look amazing. What is happening to the roof? Don't worry about it. It's the Moira effects. So it doesn't have mip mapping applied, so that's why. It's also because it's at a low resolution, so that's why those effects happen. Anyway, so basically what's happening here is I can show off. It was a pretty awesome dream. I wish that there was a Laura Nyro concert that was that sick. Anyway, I haven't even been listening to Laura Nyro recently. I guess somehow she invaded my dream. Anyway, so this is a material, right? And it's just like a material that is one of our, the floor material, right? It's the same thing, except the materials now also define draw passes, right? So this is a material that is the upscale material that automatically upscales us to screen resolution. So it's kind of hard to explain why this is so amazing, but now if a user was to basically go into JSON and write all of this out, they'd be able to define their own render passes themselves, and put them in order by sort, and they can do it without actually writing code themselves, which is, I think it's pretty impressive, and I think it's really cool. And now we have to move all of the stuff that's commented out into here as well, which is what we're going to be working on today, is trying to get that done. I'm pretty sure that this is supposed to have blend on it if it's an entity, like 90% sure. But as you can see, we define a frame buffer, right? And then that frame buffer looks up that frame buffer by name while we start. So all of that stuff is going to happen behind the scenes. Like you would have a file called frame buffers that you write all of your frame buffers down and name them. Then you would have one for your VAO layouts. You would name that as well. You would have one for your shaders, and then you would have one for your materials. And then when you load them in, they all link together automatically based on their names, which is what we've been working on. And I know that it doesn't sound that, impressive because, we started as something that looks amazing, and now we have something that looks like crap, but eventually we're going to get back to it. So the annoying thing here is that there's a big gap here, right? Where also in shaders is where now we look up the frame buffers. So for example, for the full screen shader, we are looking up this frame buffer and then taking this texture off of the frame buffer, but we don't actually want main anymore. Technically we want the this is going to be the composite. The annoying thing is that there's such a big gap here between composite and main, because composite is the one that composites everything from the UI to the volumetric stuff. It composites them all at once. So there's a big gap here and a lot of things that can go wrong between us changing those frame buffers. So I don't really know if this is going to work at all, because if one of these things has the wrong setting, then everything kind of fails and we draw to a black screen. So also, I did realize, how do I debug this? That's a really good question. It's really hard. I'm not gonna lie, it's really, really hard to debug. A lot of logging. Like last night, I literally had to print out. I literally was printing out pretty much everything from here. I deleted it, but yeah, I was printing out literally every number. And I also have like here, I have these prints, and I was also printing everything here. I have this big print. I have all of these prints down here. Yeah, it's not fun to debug something like this. It's specifically hard because it's so abstracted away. This is abstracted behind, like, layers and layers is how we get our render paths to be this kind of straightforward. So yeah, it's difficult. No, so Arya did put me onto RenderDoc, and RenderDoc is helpful sometimes, but honestly 90% of the bugs here anyway are on me. You know what I mean? So it's not like a debugger would help. Like, it's not a memory issue. It's not, this or that. It's me putting a setting wrong or having a typo, because there's so many places where it can fail. A debugger would not help me at all. Also, I realized a big part of it was because we weren't clearing our main frame buffer at the beginning. And we shouldn't have to. We shouldn't have to, because the sky material should clear it to 0, but apparently that wasn't working, so we're gonna try it. Yeah, it's definitely, it's nothing that a debugger would help me with, unfortunately. There was a bug yesterday that a debugger would have probably helped me with a pointer that was getting reallocated, but 90% of my bugs nowadays are not bugs like that. %of the time they're bugs like this. Actually, yeah, so this is just going to be one of these things where we have to kind of do it incrementally. So we should really just run this back to going off of main. I have no idea what you're doing. I can't imagine coding a game engine in my lifetime. To be honest, it's not that complicated. It's just a lot of architecture you have to build. I've been working on it for a very long time. So, like, there's a lot of kind of architecture that goes into it, but it's all pretty logical at the end of the day. Okay, so this is working. So this one's working. So that, if that's working, you know what I kind of want to do? Let's just do it one by one, right? So let's change this from main now. Let's change this from main and just replace it with UI. This is just going to be like us incrementally doing it, because jumping straight to the composite there's like 5 or 6 different passes that can fail in between that. So Game engine seem advanced at the beginning, but a simple one. Is it that hard? Yeah. If you make like a dot object file loader, you probably make a, engine with Phong lighting and stuff that just renders in Blender stuff pretty fast. But yeah, oh no, this one's failed. Where's my terminal? Okay, I went to the wrong workspace. Okay, well, if that's not working, that's pretty annoying. That's pretty annoying. That is pretty annoying. But I mean, my engine is definitely pretty peculiar because I have my own UI library inside of it. I have my own map editor inside of it with the ability to draw triangles with any orientation and stuff. So it's definitely not the typical engine. Can you explain why you have a bunch of raycast stuff if you're using a raster for drawing? Is it for the bake lighting? Yeah, it's pretty much exclusively for the bake drawing, but also raycasting is very important for many different parts of the engines. For example, I've logic when I am editing triangles, where if I copy a certain selection of triangles and then you move it around, I have a snapping logic that snaps it to nearby geometry, and what that does is it raycasts from the edges to nearby geometry that it can snap to. So raycasting within an engine is very important. It should be like one of the first things that you implement is just raycasting code. It's very simple to do. In my case, it's just a DDA that just goes from just steps along the ray, right? Yeah, I would recommend you also raycasting for gunshots also is pretty important. So but for the big lighting, of course, it's all raycasted. It goes from the voxels or the surface out towards the light. So that's how we do pretty much all of that. Yeah, so this is kind of hard to... This is where I might actually bust out the render doc just to see. I don't really know how to use it yet exactly, but there are a lot of ways that this can go wrong. We can take a look at the debug here. I didn't really set it up that great, but I do see a location -1 here. This is shader geometry. I'm trying to find shader UI. Shader full screen. Geometry. Oh, I guess it's because I exited the menu at the end. Well, this is going to be kind of hard to find then. Also, this debug is pretty painful, but believe it or not, this is pretty useful because what this is telling us is for every uniform we go past, we are validating the locations. Like things that say location -1 might not be actually a red flag, because the way OpenGL deals with shader locations is that if they aren't actually used within the code, it'll just give us a -1. So that's why some of our locations are -1. They just aren't in use. But sometimes our code just might have a bug in it. So that's kind of important. But I think most of the uniform bugs we've knocked out now. But yeah. You can DDA with triangle intersections. It's not the ray is shot like a DDA because I have a tile-based map system. So we're not actually checking the collision like that. that's done by just literally counterclockwise winding through the polygons. But yeah, my raycasting logic is nothing special. It's definitely just very regular. Yeah, I don't see the UI getting executed at all. I'm kind of interested in just like getting rid of a lot of this just so that we can get proper debug output. And then I might launch RenderDoc in a second here so that we don't spend all the stream kind of staring at a black screen. Okay, so let me try and get the menu up. Oh, I'm realizing why this isn't working. This isn't working because we never actually... Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually. So why that's not working is because we never actually adapted the UI logic to actually add to the correct buffers. I remember I was basically like, oh, we should totally like wait to make sure that this actually works before I change the entire draw loop, and so I was like, we should just do one at a time. But yeah, so that's what we have to do now, is kind of figure out this logic again and compare it and all that. Yeah, this logic is very, very confusing though. If you remember the first time I did this logic, it was pretty annoying. This reallocation stuff that's happening here is pretty complicated. Like, so the reason why is because for certain UI elements, you are going to draw multiple times. Like for sliders that we're drawing the extent of the slider, we have an extra rectangle that basically gets drawn, right? So we have to allocate space for that and then increment a counter if we change the count for the other draw passes. So I wonder if this seems like it would just be this. I also have to get vertex size, and vertex size should be float vertex size is layout. So layout vertex size, that should be that. Current counter equals start. The thing that you start to get worried with here is where we're really calling these from, because these are called with a start and stuff, but this is all actually in bytes now. All of the buffers are in bytes rather than actually in any count that's relevant to us. Your engine is interesting because of the polar opposite of mine internally, but we're going for stylized retro. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'll probably be lurking with this on the background while trying to make the C++ module. Yeah, I saw you talking about that in the Discord. I have no clue how any of that stuff works because I'm just a C guy. I'm just a stupid C guy. So yeah, this is the stuff that we are uploading to the byte buffer, and this stuff we're getting rid of, and then this is our copy. We set this up earlier. Why is this? Oh, what are we missing here? Oh, we have too many. Oh right, we took this out. Your room is melting. It's 34 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I don't know what that's in Fahrenheit, but it's like 100 degrees here Fahrenheit today. It's very hot. And I'm outside. So, I can relate. There's a lot of bees around, though. I like bees. Bees are pretty awesome. Very, very underrated. I was watching them pollinate, flowers earlier today. I was like watching them go around and stuff. They're pretty awesome, It's pretty amazing how they just know where to go, and just, it's kind of amazing. Really wanted to light C++, but there's always an annoying problem to fix. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. Your friend's family has beehives? Oh, that's crazy. I think I'd like to be a beekeeper. That would be pretty cool, I think. Yeah, I'd have to go to every place we call this and make sure that our logic is going based off of bytes rather than... Okay, so we get the material ID and then we look it up in here. So really we're just getting rid of this completely. So the interesting thing here that I'm looking at is the reason why we have this int start, int pointer end, is because the way that this works is it basically takes in a start value and then it goes from there in the buffer. So if we want to overwrite a UI element that we had previously and we had the cached start, then we start from there and then we just pass null here instead. But if we're adding on to the end of the buffer, then we obviously pass the count of the buffer and then we put the count in here so that it increments the count. So that's how we made this multi-purpose, this function. But now I'm just like making sure here that we're going to be able to do this now that we have a byte buffer. You just want to get rid of this. This current counter gets set to the counter at the end of the buffer. And so for us, this is going to be vert count. That's going to be the equivalent. And then all of this gets changed. RV gets changed to vert. And then I remember here, our current counter gets set to start always. Basically what we're doing is we extend the current counter to whatever is greater, either the start or the end of the buffer, and then we see if we add a full, the highest value, are we going to be going over the current capacity, and if so, we need to reallocate. So that's what that does. Also, before we should always, instead of size of UI vertex, we should always be using, we should get into the habit of, instead of doing this is actually vertex size. Yeah. The caveat here is that current counter needs to be in bytes, obviously, because this basically makes this 7 into bytes. Yeah, we're gonna have to actually just go through and find all the references to this function after, but I forget why this is 7 and not just 6. I think it's just for safety, but yeah, it's actually just 6. The cool thing here is what this does is it's actually more efficient than what we had previously, because we are, or actually no, it's not more efficient. It's actually less efficient because it's a mem copy, and before we just went straight to the buffer. But yeah, it is a pretty efficient way of doing it, though, is we are basically copying a buffer into another buffer instead of just doing it per attribute. Okay, so that's fine. Now we basically have to replace the logic here. Hopefully this is all good. Gosh, I hate it when I do that. Okay. Make sure that the arguments are correct here. Yeah. Right, and we were going to change this to vertex size. Oh yeah, we also have to change all of that. After this, there's one more pass that I need to do. Basically, this is just our fallback if we don't have a rounded outline. Then we call that function. But if we do have a rounded outline, we call this function that goes around the outline. Yeah, I have this to do here because of what we're doing right now. And we can get rid of that now. Okay. Actually, no. Hold on. Yeah, this is just this. Because capacity is already in bytes. Okay, yeah. I was thinking incorrectly about that. Capacity is already in bytes, so I don't need to put it into bytes, obviously. So yeah, get rid of that. Okay. Okay. We're keeping copies of all of this just for testing purposes if we later on can't understand it. Okay. We're gonna call this vert. Right. Oh, we aren't gonna call this vert, actually. Hold on. That's reusing a name. Oh gosh. Please don't do this to me today. We'll just call that V. What is this, 9? Okay, now I'm just gonna copy this. Oh yeah, I cannot forget to do this. Cannot forget to do that. Okay, so that's that. Hopefully. Before we forget, we have to go to every time we call this function and make sure that we're passing in a byte count instead of an index count. Okay, well apparently we don't call it in this file, so there's that. We also have to do the same exact thing to the text boxes after this. I believe we call this, I thought that we called this from this file. I thought that we moved the thing into this file. Too many arguments. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was confused there. So we don't need this anymore. The scroll bar draw start. The draw start should be now in bytes. So should all be in bytes now. Yeah, draw start should also be in bytes. To go to the main call though, where we set up UI buff counter. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. We need to get the buffer outside of the function call then. Yeah, okay. This is the only call that we have of this though that basically sets up our buffer. Well, yeah, we're gonna get this. This is globals dot render groups dot no. Wait. Yeah, we can't go straight to generic vertex because we have to actually have the material for that. How do I do this inside of the function? Yeah, I can't get the group until... Yeah, I have to do that outside of the function call so that we know... okay. That's kind of annoying, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay. I have to do this here. Okay. The reason why is because that's the count that we need to be passing in. Yeah, we can change that to a size T as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, hopefully that's just it that we need to do, and then... yeah. I'm trying to remember where we actually changed the element draw start, though. Is it... is it in this? Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Right. Ooh, this is tough now. This is tough, actually. Interesting. Okay. That's kind of a bummer. Oh, why did that just undo that? My keyboard has this funny little thing it does where it just like it presses the button twice for whatever reason. So we have a queue sort here, and then after we do the queue sort, then we search linearly for the UI elements and where they lie in the queue sort after. What this basically does is it maps the UI elements to where they exist inside of the buffer. The issue is now that we have multiple buffers for UI. And they're generic materials now. And we don't really know which materials are UI materials versus any other material, you know. So for now, we could literally just pass the correct buffer because we only have one UI buffer currently, but the idea was that we have different materials for UI, right, that are going to different shaders. For example, if you want a button that has a different shader than a different button, the idea is that you would be able to do that, but we also still need to be able to queue sort them. Interesting. We might just not worry about this yet. It's like an architecturally thing that I'm going to have to figure out. Do I have plans for a split screen? I haven't really got to that point, you know, to the point of like actually doing anything game logic wise, so I think it would be cool to have split screen, yeah. But yeah, right now it's mainly just automating render passes. Yeah, this is difficult. Yeah, this is just the queue sort that sorts the actual UI elements. This is in the same file, actually. Yeah. Actually, shouldn't this be up here? I think that this should be up here. I think that we should be sorting before we add to the draw buffer, right? Maybe then we don't actually need to. Can I do this? I feel like that's just what we're doing. I think that that's fine. Creating new commands now? Kind of. Basically what's happening is we are making our old render loop, which was just hard-coded in. You can see it down here. It's kind of all commented out, but it used to look like this, right? Like typical OpenGL calls. We're now abstracting it away to be user-facing so that our new draw loop looks like this. And the user of our engine will basically load these materials in and frame buffers and vertex layouts out. They just do it in JSON and then load it in, and then we automatically draw to the screen whatever they want. So that's the goal. But it's pretty complicated, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, well if I did all this correctly, now UI should show up, technically. Let's make sure that we are using the UI color text. Alright, let's try it. Yeah, we still aren't getting through. See, it's sky geometry. The oh, you know why that's not getting called? It's because that used to be just like a hard-coded part of the draw loop that checked if there was, let me see where it is. It's during the UI pass. Well, obviously, because it is the UI pass, but it is commented out now, so... Yeah, here. Yeah, so it did this. If UI change, then it did this. This just used to be a hard-coded part of our draw pass, but now we just have to put it in a separate function. Yeah, I'll just put it here underneath this function, because this is the function that what am I going to call this? It's not handle UI events, it's void check UI state. Why I think this is funny is because I have many different UI. This is process UI state, and then this process UI state calls wait, no, that's not the one. There's a function that calls handle UI state, and then that function calls process UI state. So I think that that's just funny that we have check UI state now. I don't really know how to name it though. And now we're just going to add that onto here with the rest of our update stuff. Oh, I should have called it update. We will also copy it into the editor pass. Okay, now let's try it. No, we're still not getting it. Okay. Well, that's annoying, to be honest. Let me try moving this after the text boxes, though that shouldn't be the case. We might have to actually print out here. If global's UI change, the UI change still should be getting called. Oh. If UI elements visible. Wait. I thought that this made them visible. Wait, what? Is this within my input loop? If so, that's super cursed. Handle UI events. It is, right? Okay, I guess that it does. Well, whatever. I mean, it should be, that should be no matter what, already updating it. Okay, let's just add a print then. The reason this is interesting to me is because Raycaster's like 1D type. No. Raycasting can happen in 3D as well. It's used for a lot of things in my engine. It's a very useful technique. You can render multiple dimensions with raycasting. No, I don't render using raycasting. I made a raycasting engine like that on the CPU once, but no, I don't render with raycasting. I use raycasting for lighting though. It's raycasting in my light map baking. You know what I didn't check? I didn't check if we actually set material IDs for all of this. Text mat ID, UI mat ID. Search for material UI. Ooh, did I delete this? Initialize default. I commented out initialize default UI. That's why I was confused. Also, what I realized is that we should definitely be not just dereferencing this, like, because that's why I commented it out in the first place, was because we it's my game engine name. I guess I haven't named it yet. I don't know. Here's Warhacks. Yeah, I heard. That's a pretty awesome name. Thanks, I appreciate that. Maple. That's cool. My chess engine's name was Vixen. I thought that Vixen was such a fucking sick name, to be honest. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. She says in the song, what did she say? She says, "Well, dig them potatoes if you never dug your girl before." I think that that's a hilarious line. Oh. Wait, is the ID actually... Isn't the ID a string? No. I thought that it was... No, I guess it is that. See, now it's coming back. UI found UI. Alright, we have it. We don't have any text, though. And this is very buggy. This is very, very buggy. Let me see, do we get text here? Ooh, you know why we don't have text? Because we didn't, yeah. And you know why we aren't resizing properly? Because we're not resizing the actual FBOs anymore, which is something else that we have to do. Yeah, this is pretty complicated. Wasn't this in a different file? Yeah, I put this in a different file and I regret it every time. Alright, hopefully the text box won't be as painful as it was for the other thing, but yeah. We're gonna copy the code from over here just to make this less painful for me to figure out, since it's pretty much the same concept. I forget why this is 6. Max characters times 6. Oh, because that's 6. Right, for a quad. Okay. Well, do you just do vertex size? Yeah, some people would probably get very mad at you about the saying Doom is a raycaster. But they would be like, actually, Doom used binary space partitioning, and actually, Wolfenstein used raycasting. There are 2 different techniques, actually. But yeah. Pretty much. I don't actually know why they get mad about the whole binary space partitioning thing, but it is pretty interesting that I don't actually understand how Doom wasn't a raycaster, but apparently it wasn't. This is correct. Oh gosh, how am I gonna do this? I might just have to do a buffer that actually reallocates itself, because... Oh gosh. No, let's not complicate it. No, you know what? Yeah, you don't want to do this. Yeah, you want to allocate this, I think. At least something similar to this. Based on the length of the text. To be efficient. I don't know why I even bother with that, but you probably want length times 6. There's vertex size times len. Voxelize and recast each pixel in 3D space. Wow, really? That's pretty cool. Well, they are different, but I mean, ray marching and ray casting are pretty similar. Yeah. Ray marching is usually just it's basically just used for a different thing than ray casting. Like my volumetric fog is ray marched. Basically all that means is that you're accumulating over the course of the ray rather than just checking where it hits. Oh wow, you have a BVH. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess I've always been scared about BVH, but I should probably implement something like that. at some point. Right, yeah, so we had a maximum here. Uses the ray tracing cores. Oh, interesting. Apparently it's not actually that bad to do a BVH. Isabel from the Discord recently implemented it, and it didn't seem that painful. But I can't really speak on it because I haven't done it yet. I'm so confused. Why did I just do that? So this is going to be going into the temp buffer. So instead of RV buffer, oh gosh, I did the wrong thing. Hold on. Recover. Okay. Temp buffer. Oh, actually, we need to redo this, right? Really, the driver does all of that? I had no clue that a driver could do all of that. Like, by bounding boxes, are you talking about collision, or? This isn't current counter. This is not the current counter. I think we're going to use... Wait, maybe this we can use current counter. Oh, no, because this is going from the beginning. Yeah, you're just gonna add to current counter at the end, but you need one that's going to be oh no, you don't want this, you want this. Choose your bottom level primitive. Oh, I see. Typically a bunch of triangles, but you could opt for a bunch of... I see. So it's a rendering thing. I see. Okay. Now we're gonna copy the buffer, but we're gonna copy the temp buffer. And then we have to free it. Oh right, we fill the rest of the buffer with... We could just memset. We could memset this. We memset this to 0. Okay, let me get the code. Let me copy that, this function call. Because that's basically what we're gonna do anyway. Yeah, here. We are going to add the, we're gonna add the temp counter times vertex size. You use it for collision too if you wanted. You could output to a buffer instead of an image and read that back. Interesting. That's just all done automatically. on ray tracing cores. That's interesting. I have a very shitty computer, so. Oh right, this buff got changed to temp buffer. And then this is going to be times temp counter. Okay. Okay. Yes. So that gets moved, and then you mem set. So what I'm doing here to explain, I guess, is basically these text boxes are allocated in blocks based on their max characters. The reason why is because I wanted to be able to resize them and change their data during runtime. So the way I was able to do that was by allocating them in blocks. So now I have to allocate the rest of the buffer to 0. So this is going to be... Yeah, we're going to be starting from the current counter and going to the end is going to be that. So I have to go... What was this? Copy to draw buffer, remove from draw buffer. We're also going to have on hit, on miss, on collision. It's interesting, but honestly, doing it all in a computer shader is sometimes faster anyway. Yeah, I don't really know about all of the ray tracing stuff. This is going to be wait, what am I doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. It's cool to dive into, but you're not really missing much. Yeah. I don't really have a graphics card I would even be able to test that out on, to be honest. But it does sound pretty cool to be able to do that automatically through drivers. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Don't need this data pointer. Okay. Let's just take in. If you don't have a ray tracing, it falls back to software implementation. Yeah, that's what I've been kind of worried about. So I guess you could just like detect that on your own and then implement like a branch in your software though. That's basically what I'm doing with compute shaders, is that I have compute shaders if you're above a certain driver version, but otherwise I have my own other implementation that I'm trying to do for particle effects. Okay. Set draw buffer region. That should always be start. The byte size is going to be okay. Yeah, I have to change this in the header file now, because we got rid of this. Okay. Now I have to go to where I call this, add text box to draw buffer. And make sure that we, just like the UI elements, are setting the text box counter also to the byte address and not the index, the vertex address. Okay. But where do I call this from the thing? Like this function. Whoa, what was that? What was that about? Okay. Do I set it within the function though? Yeah, I do. I do set it within the function. Okay. So let me see if we have text now. Do I use compute shaders for baking? No, just literally just particle effects. I bake on the CPU. I run this thing on a laptop, so did I just, ooh, interesting. Let's GDB it. Yeah, my plan with this engine was for it to be as usable on older hardware as possible. Add UI elements draw buffer. Interesting. I thought that it would be on the text, but because we just did the... We went the opposite direction. Yeah. To be honest, I might have gone in the other direction if I had a good computer, but I've always been kind of adverse to buying new hardware. How am I gonna track this down? I mean, this seems pretty solid to me. Then we add this plus 6, plus the vertex size times 6, that's correct. And start equals the current counter. This is times 9, not times 6. I'm 90% sure that that was the error. Never mind. Interesting. It's on the very first UI element. I hate working on the UI code because it's all over the place. Because it's like a massive file. It's like a 4,000 line file. Every time I open it, it's like, what did I just call this function though? Yeah, check UI state. I mean, we can log this. Count. This actually isn't the. This isn't actually how we index this, is it? This isn't actually how we index it, is it? That's not actually how we're supposed to index that. Never mind, that is how we write, because this material ID comes from this. And then this brings us to the render group. Yeah, that is correct. Never mind. It's definitely going into here, is where it's probably going into. So what is the plan for physics? Roll your own physics engine or take something like Joel? I'm not really sure yet. Definitely my own solution though. I've done my own solution. This is my own UI library, so everything I do on my own. I have a collision system, but as far as actual physics yet, no. I don't have that yet, but I have basics like impulse resolution and stuff already implemented. Oh yeah, I use SDL too. But yeah, I mean most of the stuff, like anything that has to do with actually drawing or whatever, or any logic. But yeah, the input stuff I use SDL too. I kind of want to. We're gonna do this, I guess. Actually, you know what's interesting? The vertex size might be wrong. Like, I didn't even think about that. The vertex size might be actually wrong. I didn't actually check it on that. So let me see. I have to just check for it like this. So vertex size equals stride size of... I mean, that should be correct then. I can also check the attributes though, which should check. Alright, two float, two float, two float. 4 for RGBA, 4 for RGBA. Radius border is 2 float, and 1 for state. This should go to 17, yeah. 1 for text array, 1 for layer ID. Unsigned. Yeah, I didn't do this as well. This should also be the same thing. Yeah. Planning to do my own UI too, but I use MGUI for debugging right now. Yeah, doing my own UI was pretty painful, not gonna lie. All the numbers seem correct. Let me find the text as well. I should double check that while we're here. Where's the text? There it is. Let me go text vertex is 2 float, 2 float, 2 float, 4, 4, and then 1. Yeah, that's correct. What drove me to make my own engine? I don't think of everything like in terms of like utility. Like I wanted to make an engine because I grew up playing games like Quake and Source Engine games like Half-Life and Counter-Strike. and those engines always, you know, they felt like their own engine, and now every game that's made within a pre-existing engine feels the same to play, down to the collision. The bugs are all the same bugs, but when it came to old engines like Quake and Source Engine, they had their own identity down to the math itself. So that's why I made an engine, because I'm interested in why that is, why Quake feels like Quake, and why Half-Life feels like Half-Life, you know. Obviously, it's pretty painful though. Like it's not very easy. Which is what we're facing right now with these bugs. Usually I get an error like this when it's 100% a bad reallocation right here, probably. I don't really understand why though. I'm just gonna print out what these values are. Why is vertex size afloat? Why? Well, that might have something to do with it. I mean, honestly, that should just get casted. It's not like we're adding any decimals to it, but that might have something to do with it. Start equals current counter. This is very strange, the logic I had for this. And now I'm looking back and I'm thinking, wow, this is very, very complicated. Probably way too complicated for what I'm trying to do. It's definitely happening on the reallocation and not the mem copy though. Like that's without a doubt based on the GDB output. So wait, we didn't get a printout here. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. C is scary? Yeah, it should be. It should be scary. The strange thing is that this was just working, so it was working before we added the text boxes, and now we're failing before we even get to the text boxes, which is really making me annoyed because that makes no sense. Like that we changed. Let me try something crazy here, which is just commenting this out. If I comment out the UI elements, do we crash on that? Why C over C++? I'm not really sure. I just like the simplicity of C. What I always say in regards to why create an engine in C rather than C++ is that I think an engine is a very complicated thing, so it kind of deserves a very simple language. Ooh. That's very true. We should not be freeing that buffer. We should be freeing oh, wait a minute. Yeah, C++ is a very large language. I also think it's an amazing language, though. I need to... You're going to actually do this. You're going to loop through it beforehand. You're going to loop through it beforehand, and then you're going to free all of the buffers. You're going to get this. You're going to do the same thing. Oh gosh, stop doing that, please. Also, the amount of control that C gives you is pretty incredible. I find that when you're in a language like C++ or Rust, you end up just using all of their abstractions, for example, vectors and stuff. It's kind of amazing in C the amount of freedom you get from implementing all of those things yourself. like what I'm doing here. Although it does make the code more verbose, it also makes it way more explicit and you actually understand what the code is doing. That's my main problem with Rust, is that you actually don't really know what the code is doing sometimes. Because it's all abstracted away in the standard library in Rust. You're just doing the exact same thing. I'm not really sure if that's what the bug was, but that was definitely a bug in the logic anyway. Let's take that sort away too. Let's just try to go for the raw thing here. There's also a lot of things that you can do in C that are kind of overlooked, like with void pointers and stuff like that, that makes C pretty flexible actually. No, we're still getting this. Adding UI elements trouble for counters. Yeah. Memorizing magic trivia keywords like double and char, etc. is really off-putting. Really? I do like the type names in Rust. What I don't like in Rust is that you have to declare each variable as mutable, which is super weird. It kind of feels like I'm wearing a diaper, I don't know. Maybe I do need a diaper if I'm crashing like this, though. Yeah, we should stop pretending. We should just, like, print the material ID as well. And the, yeah, I guess we can just do, I'm getting pings in Discord and it's super off-putting to me. I think that we have to like leave random print statements everywhere, to be perfectly honest, because if we don't get down there, then I don't know. I don't really understand where the error is if we don't get down there. Maybe it's when we touch the layout. That could be it. It's also probably one of these things where these aren't really gonna actually help us track it down. Oh gosh. Material ID 4 is correct. Maybe the issue is that maybe the issue is that we don't get in here. We don't reallocate. I don't understand how that would be because our capacity and count are both 0. Because we just set them to 0. Yeah, I forgot. I kind of forgot that I had to do all of this today. Current counter is 0. Vertex size is 80. So it's 80 times 10 times 2. All the numbers are correct. Now I'm kind of wondering maybe it isn't even this. I'm going to print the size of UI vertex versus the V size because maybe they don't line up. Hmm. I don't know. I was about to take a break here anyway, but this is strange. It could be that the heap is already corrupted by the time that we get here also. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like that can't be the case. Like, honestly, it might not even be. The error might not even be here. So it might just be time to set breakpoints. I don't know. Yeah, the size is correct. The size is correct. Yeah, I mean, all of these numbers have to be correct because we're getting the correct VAO index to get the correct vertex size, and the vertex size is 80, which is absolutely correct. Ooh, actually, hold on. Um, what if... Oh no, we're... No, we definitely say the count here. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break and get a coffee. but I'm fully confused, to be honest. Like, what I nap on it, the answer will come to you in a dream. Yeah. I've been having some very strange dreams lately. It just might. But no, I have to figure this out or else it's gonna bug me. The capacity is 0 and the count is 0. So we're reallocating it for the first time, right? I just wonder if our heap is corrupted somewhere else. And I'm just like sitting here, you know, I have the completely wrong idea about this bug. Because we're looking in the wrong place, but yeah. Yep. It has nothing to do with it. Yeah, our heap is corrupted somewhere else. I'm down to that's all in one. I'm just making sure that I didn't change anything that would have some Do I like meatballs? Hey, what's up? I think meatballs are great, yeah. Time to heat ball the meatball. Facts. Very true. Okay, we're just gonna do it to this. I'm gonna run it back. Actually, let's also see what I did here. Time to heat ball the meatball. You're telling me, man. You're telling me. I think that it was well before here when we were still not compiling into an error. Ooh, you know what it might be? We might be calling add text box to draw buffer. We might be adding a text box to draw buffer before we actually construct the buffer. Which would make sense. Time to heat ball the meatball. Yeah, you're telling me, man. You're telling me. We aren't crashing anymore, but we also aren't adding anything to the draw buffer. Initialize default. Oh, that's because this is commented out again. Adding text box to draw buffer. Also, these adding UI elements to draw buffer count 0 doesn't make any sense because the vert count should be changing every time. Oh. No, never mind. I just thought I had it. But no, never mind. We do add the vertex size times 9 to here. I'm going nuclear on this thing because I don't know what it is. Somewhere I'm corrupting my heap, and I think it was like a... No, I'm still... Like, what did I do? Ooh. What if it was the assigned draw ranges? Me commenting that out. Corrupted unsorted chunks. What? I mean, I know that I seem like I'm crazy here, but it's one of these bugs where, like, what? I made a mistake somewhere. Like, maybe I edited some header file, and then I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, and now trying to, like, this looks fine. I did change this. Forgot that I did this. I I mean, this shouldn't. No, it's not even that. Man, this is really annoying me, actually. Because we aren't even getting into this function. Like, what? We don't even get into that function. I mean, literally, you would, like... You just have to comment everything out at this point. What? God, this is annoying me because there's just so many places where this could fail because the whole system is so complicated now. It's like you change one line somewhere and now the whole system doesn't work. Oh man. You know what I didn't think of? Adding text box to draw buffer. What if it's actually on the draw buffer side? What if it's when we read from the draw buffer? I don't understand how that would be the case, though. So value of render groups dot count during runtime. It's going to be however many material definitions we have. But it only gets in here if we have something inside of the buffer, or if we have a buffer allocated. Wait, what? Oh my god, I'm so stupid actually. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. I was I was compiling with the wrong file. And here I was like super confused why we weren't working, but I was editing the wrong file. That was like 15 minutes that I'll never get back. That's 15 minutes that I'll never get back from my life. I mean, to be fair, we didn't even fix the error yet, so should definitely not celebrate. So that's not actually the first time that that's happened either. Yeah, I wonder if it's on the draw buffer side and not actually like having anything to do with the. I'm so annoyed because I thought that today was just gonna be a regular day. It's never simple. It's never simple. Wait, why did this not... Oh my god. Now I have to quit. Okay. That's super annoying when that happens. Definitely during generate render groups. I 100% zero them, right? 100% I zero it, right? Yeah, I do. How much time this has been? Oh gosh, it renamed it to the wrong thing. Now let me make sure that I don't mess up here. How long it took me to get this far? It took me there we go. It took me how long would I say? Like 3 months. But in terms of hours, a long time. But then again, to make a game engine, you don't have to make it like my engine. My engine has a lot of stuff in it that other engines don't have. Like I have a map editor and all that. Undefined reference to check UI state. I don't really care where we put this anymore. Just put it here for all I care. It should be in the header file. While working a full-time job, part-time for some of it, and now not. No, I spend many hours on this. Probably thousands of hours. Okay, we're no longer crashing. Okay, so let's gradually reintroduce stuff. So this was already... Okay. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, I wonder if I timed myself how many hours I would have spent on this by now. Let's do the math. About 6 hours to 8 hours a day. Maybe more. Okay. This is 9, so that's correct. Oh wait, no. Don't get tricked again by that. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay, so now we have to figure out why we aren't drawing anything. Oh, did I not do an initial... Right, this isn't... Well, this should still be doing it, actually. This should still be doing it. Huh. Oh, I commented it back in the wrong file. That's correct. But if you want to make an engine that just does, especially a 2D engine, probably do it in like, I don't know, a week maybe. Even though that sounds crazy. But if you're hard coding everything, then you can definitely. Okay, that's a seg fault. So now that's fine. I'm fine with the seg fault. Now let me try and isolate it. This said. It's probably this. It's probably this. Okay, we're back to where we started. Thank good lord. Okay. Okay, so we are very carefully going to isolate the issue here before it becomes a big problem. Do I free this? I don't free this. Okay. Let's try without setting that to. I can see the idea I have in mind needs some trickery with rendered textures targets with Unity and Rails, so most likely if I'm making the game, I'll need to roll something on my own. What's the idea? Trust me, making a game engine, you don't have to make it as complicated as I made it. You can do all of the modeling and stuff in Blender and just import everything. Make it a lot easier. Like, what took a long time for me was making the map editor and making double free. Interesting. Do I free this temp buffer? No. Also, like, making my own UI library also, you know, you can do it on many, many less lines. It's actually not times vertex size. Oh, why didn't I? It's this. It probably wasn't a double free. What percent you say I converted from legacy OpenGL to core? Well, by legacy I don't mean, I meant like 230 cores, what I started on. So it ended up being a lot of shader code because I had to change all the like the attribute layout stuff over, all that stuff. Still getting a double free. What am I freeing even though? What am I freeing? Other than temp buffer. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what all of this is. What is in outline? Original outline. What is in outline? The math. I'd really recommend. I'll link it to you. There's a website with all the math that you need. You can just pretty much copy a lot of the stuff here. It's also just a good jumping off point to like search up stuff yourself from. Basically everything in there is all the math you're gonna need to know. But for example, you can just go to that website, and anytime you have a question, just jump off from that website. Like any of the vector math on there is pretty relevant. I hope that I pasted it. It's not coming up on my end that I did, but I hope that pasted it fine. But yeah, honestly, I just did it as I went along, you know, like just following tutorials and stuff that I read online. Let's just try not freeing it. This is a... Yeah, that book doesn't go like too in depth with it, but it's good because it all the, like the stuff at the end, at the bottom of the page that it talks about, is all kind of all of the relevant math, like all of the vector math and all of the transformations and stuff. But yeah, you don't need to know too much math, to be honest. Interesting. That's actually going to be in here under either the text one or the interesting. It's saying that I don't get this printout though. So it's definitely finding the uniform. Oh gosh, what is the problem here? Oh wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, I didn't see that. Oh wait, actually this is in bytes. It's still a lot. That is a lot. Uh, I'm still interested in seeing what this pointer is. Adding uniform. Yeah, I don't get a printout that it couldn't find that frame buffer. So if it finds the frame buffer, then that orthographic matrix I set up here. I set it up here. Update frame buffer properties gets called when we create the frame buffer or update it. That would be in this file. In here. Interesting. This doesn't happen with any of our other ones. You know, it might not even be here, actually. This might just be getting mad at me from somewhere else. Like, I think we're getting kind of... I don't actually think that it's this that's the bug. I think it's still got to do with this buffer. Isn't it this? I think it's that. I think it's that. Okay, so I was right. Okay, so we fixed the bug. However, we aren't getting any text on the screen. First of all, this is not current counter that we are comparing here. This is going to be temp counter plus start. It's got to be that. Alright, now let's try and figure out why we're not seeing any text. Let's make sure that we have the material. Let's do all of that. We do. Make sure that we're using the shader. Shader UI. Shader full screen. Okay. So we aren't adding any. That's what that's telling us. Also, we have to add back our freeing code. So let me go to rebuild. To do all of this again. Hey, what's up, Luca? How are you doing? I'm doing alright. We're tracking down bugs as per usual. It is kind of cursed, but it is what it is, you know? I wish, like, I was, you know, just coding, you know? Like, most of the time I feel like I'm just kind of barely getting by when it comes to... Wait, this isn't time... Yeah, this is... Never mind. Yeah, this is correct. Just got back from a break. A lot of grandmas today calling in, or what? Are you sure what you do is 10 times harder? I don't know. I kind of wish I actually was coding code. I feel like this is really boring to watch whenever I go live and I'm just like trying to figure out. Start plus this times property draw buffer. This plus 10, yeah. Plus equals. Wait, you were laid off, Luca? Oh, thanks, Harold. I really appreciate that. Oh, man, Luca, that sucks. Like today? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's awful. I'm really sad about that yesterday. Oh, man. That sucks. That really sucks. Oh, is it gonna rain here? I might have to put the tarp up. I didn't check that. No, we're fine. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Luca. That really sucks. Moved your vacations up so you don't have to... Wow. Wow. Yeah, I've never done a 2-week thing, to be honest. I just leave, usually. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, that's why. It's because we didn't do this. You were kind of expecting it? Yeah, that still just sucks. Microsoft has laid off over 20,000 people this month. Wow. I mean, I know that that sounds like a big number, but I mean, even they've got to have so many employees, but 20,000 is just an insane number. Why are they laying off so many people? Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I mean, grind that out. That sounds awesome. Overhired a lot since the pandemic. I see. Yeah, the whole AI thing, I guess, sucks too. Oh, is it raining? Oh, it's raining. Oh, it's actually just raining right now. Wow. I it's not on my forecast. Very interesting. It was just bright and sunny, and now all of a sudden it's just pouring. Interesting. Okay, well, if you don't have network, it is so hard. All my friends laid off. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. Yeah, I know everybody's joking about the whole AI is gonna replace this thing, but yeah, maybe there's some truth to it, I guess. Yeah, what Harold is saying is so true. They're gonna be really shooting themselves in the foot. Can tell you how many times I called the customer for Google Assistant to pick up and said, wow. Yeah, I mean, so there was like a couple of months ago, there was this tool that I was um, arguing with on Reddit. This idiot on one of these like chat GPT subreddits or whatever. He was saying how like AI was going to revolutionize the work week. He was saying that like now the 20-hour work week is going to be possible. AI is going to help us all have jobs because now we're going to have to work less. And I just commented, are you a fucking moron? Are you actually that fucking dumb? You know, like, I was so mad because people actually like think this way, like these tech bros. Maybe they like grew up with wealth or something and they never had to like work a real job or whatever. They have this thing in their head where they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna all be like, no, you're gonna get laid off and then Amazon, Google, whatever the fuck is gonna make like $1 billion because they can have less employees. Like, people are like, but that's how people think, like these tech bros nowadays. It's like, it's incredible. It really, like, I don't know, that shit gets me so mad because those are the people making the decisions, you know, just they genuinely have no idea about anything. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Make sure I don't have static draw on that. Just to make sure. Entity debug. I have dynamic draw, so I don't understand why this is not working. Oh wait, was I doing the thing again? Oh my gosh, I was doing the thing again, where I edited the wrong file because I have a backup open that I'm copying from. I did the thing again, I can't believe it. Okay. I have a possible internship at a startup in Sweden. It's on the table, but I need to essentially survive there with no money for a month if I go. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I don't know. I'm someone who's honestly in the past of just like, I've done stuff like that. Like I'll just hop on a train and go somewhere. I wouldn't really recommend it. I don't really think I'm like the best idea of success, but yeah, we still aren't getting it. I mean, if you're into game dev, though, do the game dev thing. I think the game dev thing is pretty sick. I'm being pretty lazy here. I should just give up and log at this point. Yeah, it usually just works out. I'm very confused here. Max characters times 6 times vertex size. This is wrong. Oh no, this is right. This is right, this is right, this is right. Wow, it's pouring all of a sudden? I hope we don't get wet. That would suck. I'm feeling lazy. Let's just compile. I also want to get rid of all of this extra, all these extra prints that I have, like kind of just scattered around. They are kind of useful, but yeah, it's probably not going to be. Also put on Laura Nyro a long time ago, but I should probably not be listening to the same music for this long. It kind of drives me mad. I think Mineral is pretty good for today. What's the question mark for? What did I just say? Something about Laura Nyro? I was listening to Laura Nyro because I had a dream about Laura Nyro performing. Yeah, it definitely is. Look how, I mean, do you hear this? It was just so bright outside, and now it's all of a sudden just pouring. So the end is definitely getting changed on the buffer, but we aren't actually. I don't know. Let's go to where we actually generate render groups. The thing is that we don't. Unless. Oh, yeah. So let's check that out. Let's do initialize default UI. Let's make sure that these are not the same thing. I can't imagine that they would be. I really hope that this doesn't become like a regular thing, that every time I add a draw pass I have to like debug it. That would be really annoying. Lately I've been considering wait, hold on. I've been considering doing a new project, maybe. Oh gosh. I kind of want to make a game engine for an old console, maybe. I kind of want to do the PC98 because no one's actually done the PC98. At least in English speaking, or in one written in English. I definitely want to do something that's like uncharted ground. Like there's already a game engine for... Oh, this is the wrong thing. There's already a game engine for the PS2. I was thinking about PS2, but then I kind of realized that it's already been done before. The material IDs are different. Huh. How about PS1 then? Yeah, I might look up PS1 to see if there's something. I doubt that that's uncharted ground though. People love the PS1. I thought about doing the DS because there isn't a lot of things for the DS, but I don't like the DS as a console. Like, I would kind of want to do it for a console that I like, and I think the PC98 is actually a pretty interesting platform. It had like an insane sound chip in it that I've used for composing tracker music on before. Seen games made PS1 style. I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I know that I researched the PS2 engine and it had already been made, and so I'm just assuming that they have it. But honestly, if it wasn't a thing, I would definitely make that. But I haven't really done research into it. Oh, don't do this file. We're definitely getting in here, and we're definitely changing the count for the buffer. But we're not getting out the other side. Huh. Wanted to buy a Dirty Wave of Mate. Quite expensive. I don't know what that is. Sounds Cool, whatever it is, though. 6504 base consoles? I don't know what that means either. I'm probably just ignorant, though. Let's just go shader name, actually, because that's easy to get. Or let's just go by layout name. It's a handheld tracker? Oh, I didn't know. That sounds cool. Yeah, I've only done the software trackers, like Bamboo Tracker and stuff. Oh, whoops. Just got the F module file equals valid for D, but for not for C++. Yeah, D is the thing. It's a new language, though. That is pretty funny, though. That is pretty insane that you got a D error. Okay, so hopefully this debug will help us. What? Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, how is our layout name? What? Huh. Six five oh four is a chip. It's in 70s. Oh, so it's like when they were making stuff on like the Apple II and stuff. Then I'd have to do it in assembly for sure. Oh, Atari. I see. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I would have to do that all in assembly. I don't understand how that count is 0. And it's 0 for the UI elements too. I'm just gonna log that then. Let me get rid of all the executing uniforms code and stuff. As you can see, I was having a lot of bugs here. As you can see. We don't really need it. This whole time you thought CMake was using Clang, but it was using GCC? Bro. So what's the whole deal with all this new C++ stuff? I didn't actually click on it, but I saw the Cherno thumbnail, and I was like, oh, there's a new Hello World. No way. Okay, 0, 0. Okay. C++ is morphing together with Python syntax. I don't know about that. But then again, I haven't even touched C++ 23, so probably the library called format that originally had println. That's interesting. When I think of println, I think of Java, so. They're getting rid of header files. You're gonna hate this, but I'm about to say 2 words that you might not agree with, which is good fucking riddance. I mean... Import, export. Bro, I mean, like, what the fuck is the thing here? Like, am I not? Is this a different buffer? Is this a different buffer? Like, I mean, we're at the point of, I'm gonna just print out the pointer. I mean, it has to be the same buffer. C++ 20 is what defines the modules that replace header files, and they get in there. It's just so new that I'm finding it hard to find good examples. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I fuck with the whole Rust crate thing. That might be a hot take. But if it's something like that, then I fuck with it for sure. I'm about to lose my mind here. Yeah, I mean, I'm also not allowed to have any opinions on C++ because I don't write C++, so currently trying to fix my LSP so that Clang picks up where libc is, so I had to compile the CPM. Yeah, this sounds crazy to set up. It sounds crazy to set up. Wait, fuck, wait. No, I was probably fine. I was just being stupid. I was probably doing this fine. Eliminates the ability to compile code in parallel. Yeah, I heard that it was a bad thing, but I might just be ignorant on it. This pointer is the same as the UI pointer. Oh, don't tell me I'm a moron. Oh my god. Fucking Christ, bro. I swear to God. Like, bro, I don't want to talk about it. 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 I don't want to talk about it, man. That's a real bummer. I was so confused why we weren't working, but I just named a variable the wrong thing. Okay. Bro. We're gonna have this here just in case this wasn't even the bug. Okay, this still doesn't work. Okay, so now we're actually getting through and we have the right pointer. Let me make sure in here that that I'm doing it right. I think it is. I do this. I draw with. Yeah, it is geo triangles for both. I may have not actually done this though. I don't think I did. Oh, that's probably why. That's probably why. Yeah. Let's just do this. You font at this. Yeah, I got inspired because I brought my old. I tried to revive this old PC, this old laptop, because I wanted to see if it could run something that I coded, but it was way too dead. And then I was like, wow, it would be cool if I actually like did something embedded, you know, with now being like an engine programmer, you know. think it would be pretty cool. Still not seeing anything after doing that. Was the specs of the laptop? It was really old. It's a Dell Inspiron 16 something. It's really old. I also don't have this inside of here, which I should. This is the first time doing this pixel range with, oh, this is supposed to be a true. I don't think it matters though. Trying to kill this mosquito. Well. I almost had him. He bit me though. Might have to put on more bug spray. I could also try, I don't really know if I had the correct options here, so we clear color, we enable blend. Oh, it's a different... Oh, I already have a different VAO. But do I have a different shader? Did I set it to a different shader or not? I don't think I did. Yeah. Wait, no, I did. I did. Never mind. No, never mind. if I turn blend off? I don't know. If you have farm ducks, love fly mosquito larvae, I recommend. I don't. I wish I had farm ducks. Those sound pretty fun. Interesting. Yeah, I also might have done this wrong. Like current counter might have start current counter. Set draw buffer region. What did I do this for? The byte size is that, and the start. Oh, start shouldn't be start. We should be starting at start plus current counter. Right? Yeah. We should start at start plus current counter. And the current counter... No. It's not this. You get the size... Current counter is... What does current counter get set to at the beginning? Current counter equals start. So start plus the temp counter times vertex size. It's the amount of numbers that we have times the in bytes. And then... This is in bytes. So you need max characters times 6 times vertex size plus start minus current counter. Yeah. And I don't think it's start plus current counter, it's just current counter. Copy to draw buffer. Oh, actually, before we do this, I forgot. I was gonna change this. This shouldn't be temp counter plus start. This should be temp counter times yeah. Okay, there we go. Now, for whatever reason, it doesn't go away. That's pretty hype, though. We have this working now. Okay, that's good. One step closer to being done. Now, I don't assume that these are just gonna work properly. We could just try to do it and just see what happens. So we're gonna move our shader up now that we got our UI finished. We're gonna move up from the UI color text to the post process. Toggle by linear filtering. It is actually the default. But yeah, I should add some nearest. And some options for other filtering. Yeah, I should add that. I already have it so that you can toggle it on all of the actual like geometry textures or whatever. I have all those different options, so I should definitely add an option to change the frame buffer textures for sure. I technically have the pipeline there to do it, but okay, so this didn't work. Which is fine. At least we have the UI working now. But yeah, so this didn't work. This is where I might use RenderDoc though. I just want to make sure that we aren't doing anything dumb here though before I jump into that. Did I have any OpenGL errors? I'm trying to see. Binding FBO6 with 8060 is correct. I have to add the name of the shaders again so that I can see this better. But yeah, so this is the volumetric. and then it goes volumetric composite, and then this is this, yeah, then this is the post process, and then this is the upscale. And I don't see any errors. And drawing static with override 6 is correct for all of this. Let's make sure that, oh, you know what? We might not actually fill those buffers with anything though. Wait, no, but it's going straight to full screen. It has the full screen layout. And the full screen layout should have that VBO sub data correct. Goes to those vertices. Yeah. So that's correct. Did this motherfucker just bite me in the... sting me in the eye? Bite me in the eye? This bug. There's no way. There's just no way. That was crazy. That was wild. That was wild. We could try just doing the volumetric, see if we get anything from that, and try to do it like one at a time. Oh yeah, I meant to add the names back for the bind shader program. The names are actually super helpful. Yeah, the good thing about what it's hard to see, but it is drawing something. This is very... This is trippy. There's a storm right next to where you live, but it's not raining. This is kind of funny. I don't know if this is correct output. It's kind of hard to tell. The color changing is quite weird. It's like when you... Yeah, exactly, it is. Because it's like not clearing the screen. Yeah, it's not clearing the screen, but I understand that, but Actually, that's a good point. It is supposed to clear the screen, though. Let's go to where we set render properties. We should be setting it to that color text and then clearing that color text. Keyword should. Keyword should. Let's just print out when we I should go to the actual render pass and see if we're doing it exactly like it is. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Is that the wrong texture? Oh no, for the volumetric we don't have a separate FBO text. Oh, and we don't clear the color. Volumetric. This is the volumetric frame buffer. Did we just never clear this? And we never noticed it before now? Huh. Disable blend. And we're doing manual depth testing. Yeah, I clear here, but I clear the wrong frame buffer. I clear the previous frame buffer. Huh, I guess I just never noticed it. Huh, okay, well, maybe that was the bug. Let's just see what this is. Let's take baby steps so that I don't just skip over something. Is it something that I've been doing a lot lately? Is I'll just jump steps instead of just doing it in order and taking my time with it. So what do you think, Arya? Should I make a game engine for like a old console? I think that would be pretty fun. Okay, now it's working, yeah. There we go. If you're still here. Which you might not be. Where is this? Alright, so let's go to do the We should probably just be like we should just be doing that, I think. Okay, never mind. Let's try composite, I guess. Let's try the composite. Right, we did do this. We did make this. Ah, dude, this mosquito. I almost had him. Attaching new FBO text. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see, so we are. Alright, let's go down to where that is. Actually, this is pretty interesting. So this isn't the correct... The UI actually gets done after the volumetric composite, though it shouldn't matter. Let me check the uniforms for volumetric composite. Yeah, this looks correct. Alright, let's output it then, just to make sure that we're drawing. Oh wait, no. Wait. That's... No. This is... Oh, but this is not the composite color text. Right, this isn't the composite color text. Hold on. This is a different texture that we use in the post-processing. Post-process shader. Volumetric composite text. Okay, so I did do this. Well, then we'll just output that instead. Hey Masa, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. We're in the middle of redoing the entire render loop, so it's not exactly the most pretty output we have today, but hello from America. If you want to see what the engine actually looks like, I've got plenty of videos on it. But right now we're in the middle of all this crazy stuff. Okay, so this is correct. This is correct output. It is pretty cool seeing it like this because this is the fog, by the way. This is all the volumetric fog. This is what it actually kind of looks like under the hood before we composite it. There are aliasing lines, which is interesting. Like, you don't actually notice them when we actually run the game. But yeah. So if that is giving us output, then the problem is probably the post-process pass itself, which is here. Oh, thanks, Masa. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed them. At this point, this is kind of my life's work. Let's do it a side-by-side comparison, I guess, to the actual draw, where I draw the post-process FBO. We disable blend, which I'm pretty sure we have. We have U-time, we have... all of this stuff isn't being used. My names seem correct. My names seem correct. I could try this. Yeah, this might be a job for render doc here. Now it might be time to do the render doc thing. What I've been working on today, for anybody new that's viewing, is we used to have all these, hard-coded render passes, that were, us actually doing it by hand. But now the idea is to abstract it away so that somebody using the engine can make their own render passes. So we're adapting all of that into this code. This is our entire render loop now. None of it's done by hand and all of it's done automatically. So that's why that's why there is a bit of pain. Before I open up render doc, let's go back to main here. Let me just see if we can get main working. Because something, maybe it broke the main FBO and we didn't check the main FBO until now. I should really make a runtime switch so that I can change these FBO checkers in real time. That would probably save a lot of time. But basically what I'm doing is I'm basically changing what FBO is getting drawn to the final screen. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine. Yeah. This might be a job for RenderDoc. Let me go and find where this is. I'm pretty sure that this is, I put this in, I'm gonna have to go to cd slash, let me find where I installed this. Okay, cd tools. It doesn't save your executable path. That is so trash, actually. Wait, this is... That should be this. Oh, you can do this. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Wait, I should have actually done this without... First of all, get rid of this. I'd love to actually be able to exit now, though. That would be fantastic. Can I not find the exit button? Okay, let's not worry about it. How do I actually use this though is the question. Does this actually does this have the frame buffer even if we're not writing it to the thing? I think that this is all of them. I kind of wish I knew how to use this, but we're gonna figure it out, I guess. Yeah, I don't think that it's actually gonna tell us because oh, there's not a light theme? I'll do it just for you. There we go. There we go. I don't even know if this is gonna actually tell me what I need to know though. Yeah, guys, you can stop freaking out. I turned it off. One of my favorite content creators uses render doc in light mode. What do you have to say about it? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I feel like this isn't actually going to tell us anything, mainly because how do I exit this now? I didn't really think about this. I think I have to like kill the process. Whatever. Dude, this mosquito, I almost had him, man. Okay, lock in. We gotta focus. We gotta focus. P kill the rescue, yeah, for real. Yeah, I don't even know what to look for here is the thing. I'm kind of waiting for something to just like stand out to me. Although maybe we should just be like printing things out, but I also kind of want to just like try maybe just like I think we should be doing this. Maybe I mean like depth doesn't even matter here. It shouldn't. I did say I was going to take a break a long time ago to get more coffee, so this might be my cue now that we're running into a bug. I might just use that as the... It was like 2 hours ago. I was like, I'm going to take a break, and then I never took a break because I got kind of locked in. This is 4. There's 4 that don't get found because they aren't initialized. I'm just making sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. You're on a bug? Yeah, I'm always on a bug nowadays. Rework your viewport class to include a new method? Yeah. It's all like, oh, I'm just refactoring so that it has more capabilities, and then just like something breaks something else, and then you're just staring at it like, wait, maybe we should just like not make it a thing. Maybe instead let's just not make it a thing, you know? We could move this into the proper rendering order. Like, we don't actually have the queue sort yet, but I could just like, the UI actually technically it happens. It shouldn't change anything though. Yeah, Luca, I'm not gonna lie, it gets worse. I relate to you, but it gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse, dude. Let's go to where we create the post-process FBO though. Let's also look here. This all looks correct. Ooh. You know what we don't do? Oh no, that's actually not at this rendering step. We don't create the bitmap yet. But yeah, that's coming up. We're gonna have to create an abstraction for that. For creating a bitmap on a texture. If you move your mouse 1 micrometer, the whole scene vanishes from existence. Yeah. That seems like a math thing. Like the math is off with it. Something I want to check out is the... Zero suspicion also? No way. Wow, I was thinking the same thing. That's actually kind of crazy. No way. No way. No way, Jose. Yeah, all of this is correct. Something that I can actually do is just go into the post-process frag shader and then we just like draw it to a debug color. This is what we should do. This is kind of the best way to debug things, to be honest, in OpenGL, is to just like set it to a debug color, and then if you're drawing, then you know that it's actually not your... Oh gosh. Then you know that it's not anything in the shader. Yeah, RenderDoc is cool. I just don't really know how to use it per se. It shows me a lot of things. But to be honest, like... Okay. Well... Okay. Yeah, maybe we do this build in RenderDoc then. And try to see what's going on. I don't really know. Can I go here? Here, yes. I kind of need to... these are the 3 textures. Two ints. 2 ints. What does ints be? Oh yeah, it is. It's these two. Okay. I should probably try it without those as well. This is correct. Hold on. Does it having a location of -1 mean something? Is this just RenderDoc trolling me, or is that a real thing? I can probably see in the actual debug here. I'm not printing out the locations. So maybe the locations are optimized out. And I have to look at that. Okay, so those locations. Oh, it says location -1 for all of them. Which obviously isn't the case. So. Like, is this gonna say this for all of these? Is this location 0? Location 2. Okay, never mind. I guess. What the fuck? What are you smoking? Wait, what? Well, I think I found the bug. If all these locations are -1, then that's obviously not good. So, what does that mean, though? What does that mean, though? This is. I'm not misspelling post-process, right? That would be pretty embarrassing. I don't think so. Um, and then let's also start doing the this again. Let me see what this does. Because yeah, our locations for all of our uniforms for that shader, it says -1. So that's probably what the bug is. Yeah, dude, what are you smoking? Wait, what? Are you out of your mind? Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Uh, 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 wait, what are you talking about? It doesn't give me an error, though, either. It was a little character. It was greater than instead of less than. That's cursed. I have my own little interesting thing here. All of the uniform locations for these in this specific shader are -1. And completely optimized out. Oh, you know what? That might be why. They might have been optimized out because I did a stupid thing. God. Oh, dude. Had to log every single property of the camera position over all frames to find the pitch was always 89. Yeah. Yeah, been there. Been there. Okay, so this... all of the locations aren't actually useful to tell us anything at all. So... 167, 144. I don't really know which one it is. I think it's this one. Yeah, this isn't going to tell me anything. Yeah. I thought that was it. I totally thought that was it. Wait, texture 161. Hold on. 161 is also... no, that's 167. Never mind. That's the correct texture. And then we should have 161 here that we're binding. Yeah. Yeah, that's all. You know what it might be? Let's try depth mask on. Because I noticed that this had depth mask on the full screen upscale for whatever reason. I don't really understand why that would be the thing. I guess that's not even it. I don't know at this point. I'm just trying it. God, I want this refactor to be done. It's gonna feel so good when we're done with all of this. It's gonna be so good when it's done. Okay. What? Okay, now we do the... Now we do this test. What that basically says to me is that the scene is blank. Programming is spending all your time thinking, I can't wait to do something else, and saying that was super fun when you're done. Dude. Wow. Wow. That's really good. I pinned that. I'm gonna put that on my wall. Yeah, so this test is now telling me that we're doing this fine, so... What are you talking about? Wall worthy? Yeah. No, it's cooked. Oh yeah, that's location 1 because it's, of course, it's going to be... Okay, so here's what we know. Here are the facts. Let's lay out the facts right now. So, this frame buffer, the default frame buffer, right, the upscale pass, if I put any other FBO on the upscale pass that we read from, it works fine. However, the post-process does not work if we read it from the upscale pass. If I draw the post-process straight to the default frame buffer, right, then we work fine. So I don't know what that, what? Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know, man. Wait, am I supposed to be clearing these? I don't know. I don't really remember, to be honest. I've just enabled everything, and we're just gonna see if it works. uh, no. Yeah, I don't really know what I was thinking there. I don't really know what I was cooking there. Yeah, I don't really know what I was cooking there at all. What's also interesting though is that this doesn't draw, like if we put this on the default frame buffer, this also doesn't draw the main. Like if we try to do this, like scene, the scene.rgb is our is just the default main texture. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are we talking about? What? They're eating the walls? Why are you eating the walls, Arya? What? Like... What? Wait a second. Am I stupid? Wait, am I stupid? I hope that it's that. I hope that it's that and we just get to not do this anymore. I hope that it's that and we get to not do this anymore. I hope that it's that and we get to not do this anymore. I hope that it's that and we get to not do it anymore. Bro. Holy smokes, it says that my internet just went crazy. Am I still alive? That was crazy. That was crazy. My internet just like dropped out. Oh no, this didn't actually fix anything. Wait. Oh, because I didn't change this from composite to post process. It froze, but I'm back. Damn right I'm back. I'm not back, I'm Dustmite. Oh, come on. You've got to be joking. Like, what? Wait, what? I'm gonna... Didn't know you were dead? Oh. Oh, come on. What, I can't make jokes now? Sorry, I know. We should have like Zoomer jokes. We should have Zoomer jokes. That's what Aria wants. Okay. I'll make sure to do the Zoomer jokes. I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood today. Like, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Was that just... Wait, what? Yeah, I'll just like start overreacting to everything and like... No way, bro! Oh my god. I don't know how to do it. How to do all the Zoomer stuff. I heard that the Zoomers were saying this, the Justin Bieber thing. The, You're not clocking this, I'm standing on business. I thought that was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Alright. The Zoomers as if you're not part of Gen Z. I mean, I think I feel old, you know. I feel out of touch with my generation for sure. I mean, you don't? You're telling me you don't feel out of touch with your generation? Why are we back to doing this? Wait, was it really this death mask thing? That's what was... I don't really understand why this is like being like this. I do, but that doesn't mean I'm not part of it. Okay. Well, Arya... Okay. I mean, that's fair. It's fine. Do I have a kid? Yeah. Just kidding. I don't know why I lied there. Why does this not work? Programmers don't have kids? That's nice. That's good. How old am I? 24. I'm just trying things at this point. Dude. Same age? No way. That's awesome. I don't know if I'm younger or older than the average person who watches the stream. I thought I would be older, but I don't know. Okay, this is the last compile and then I'm getting more coffee. This is getting ridiculous. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad that I have a soothing voice. To be honest, I think I messed my voice up so many years of smoking. To be honest, my voice is kind of has that smoker voice now. Don't worry, no, I don't smoke anymore. Alright, I think I am going to get a coffee. This is absurd. And I'll ponder on why this isn't working while I get my coffee. Okay. We're gonna change the music, as per usual. Changing the music does help sometimes. Naturally. I don't really know what I want to play though. Kind of feeling like the best of Sarah records or something. If there's an actually good Sarah records playlist, that would be pretty good. Yeah, this one's a banger. I do this thing when I go inside and I take a break from these streams where I instead of actually eating or anything, I just shove my mouth full of cheese and meat. Basically the makings of a sandwich, but I just eat it in one bite. It's pretty awesome. What's interesting to me is that let's try this. Let's try to get rid of the UI. Oh, you know what? This playlist probably isn't on shuffle. Let's go back to default. I don't really... You know what? I've actually a good idea. I have a good idea. What if we tried to switch the frame buffers around? Like, let's just... Let's just render uh, the UI to the post-process frame buffer and then try that. I'm down to try that. Nothing. Nothing. Hmm. You know what? I didn't actually. I don't think that I actually tested this properly because I didn't actually press escape, did I? Gosh. No. No. Huh. Okay. So that means that the frame buffer isn't working because it should be the exact same thing. Should be the exact same thing. I'm gonna do it in the exact order now. Wait a second. Wait a second. It was really the bitmaps? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Disabling bitmaps on a frame buffer texture just got me there. If this works now. It's like one step forward, two steps back. Okay. So now this is working. Why is this the case? Do I have any errors? Oh, never mind. It's here. Oh, these are all correct. Am I wrong? Am I looking at this code and I'm going crazy or what? Isn't there another one? No. I'm super confused now. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Why is this not working? Huh. Yeah, that was the formula that I used there. That should still work, but now I'm wondering why this looks so bad. I said that I would do this, so I'm gonna do this now. I also noticed that these were optimized out, or not optimized out, they just didn't get drawn, which is very confusing why that would happen. So we're moving these up to 7, 8. Even though it shouldn't matter. Yeah, those weird aliasing lines are pretty interesting, but interesting. The UI doesn't get cleared, and also there is no fog. Even though we are clearing color. Oh, because it doesn't draw if there are. Interesting. Okay. I don't really understand. But now at least this is working. Maybe the fog was never working though, and we didn't really even notice. This is pointless. Oh. I missed an FBO here. Shouldn't matter though. Shouldn't matter. Because it's still going off of the same thing. Our globals for view near and view far. Huh. Huh. We were using the same global before though. Wait a second. Volumetric new FBO color text. Oh, I was in the wrong shader. I gotta get this off of my screen. I just made a really bad keystroke mistake, and now I meant to do this. That's what I meant to do. Yeah, I was wondering maybe our map sky direction never gets done. Where do I set that? Maybe that has something to do with it? This is in here. I have to check this. No, I don't think you want depth testing on, but Yeah, we can move on in a second here. I just want to make sure. Something annoying here is that the UI Yeah, there's something that I'm passing. Definitely not a correct value into there. The first two, this one, this one, this one. Um, hmm. Maybe view near is correctly optimized out actually. But I feel like U light map size should not be. Guess we have to count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That should be optimized out. This should be optimized out. Okay. Then that's fine, I think. This is interesting though. I feel like this one shouldn't be. Never mind. Let's try not to. Let's try just the post-process doesn't actually take the... Let's have it take from the volumetric color text directly. I don't know. Alright, there's no depth testing here. Let's do a test here with the let's change the default resolution up. That way the volumetric stuff isn't being done at an insanely low resolution. You know what? Green, blue, blue. Okay, so the menu is now working. We are incrementally getting there. Incrementally getting there. It almost feels like it's like one of these things is wrong, or how it's interpreting something is wrong. But the shader didn't change from our original shader, so I'm really reluctant to change anything. Those projection matrices are the same ones that we would be using here, right? Yeah. Pretty sure. Hue width and hue height. Volumetric. Is this? Yeah, that was correct. Alright, peace out. Have a good night. I want to try hard coding this. Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what it might actually be? It might actually not even be... Oh, I almost had him. It might actually be how we sample it. And not actually the volumetric pass at all, but how we sample it. That might be the problem. Wait, no, because by the time it gets here, it's already a 2D texture. No, yeah, it would have to be... have to be the way that we're interpreting this is wrong. Probably dividing something by too much. What do I divide here? Yeah, I was like, wow, we're dividing something somewhere by an incorrect value. Wait, hold on. What is Z-res? Z-res is 4. Max ceiling height is also 4. Uh, Never mind, I guess. Never mind, I guess. It just doesn't make any sense. Uh, God, I wish that there was some error or something that I was getting that would put us in the right direction here. But we have no. No clue. Let me just try that. I'm dividing something too much somewhere, but I'm really confused because this is the same shader I always use. No, that was definitely correct. You know what I should do? I should print the depth texture. I should try this. Oh, I'm really dumb. Maybe we might as well just like throw in everything now. I don't know. Hmm. I feel like that should not be doing that. But then again, it isn't like linearized. Have I watched Zyger? She made different things like physics engine and chess engine. No, I haven't. Should I? I kind of want to get rid of this and then just like do the try the old render loop. Just, I don't know, just to see if this, like, how this works, but this doesn't work when I do it through the other way. I hate when I do that. I should make another chess engine. That would be, I think it would be good to kind of refresh my palette, I guess, after all of this. You know? I think I would enjoy that a lot. Not having to do any of this. Oh gosh, I wish I could go back. Okay, we're not doing this. We're doing this. Okay, there we go. And now we change this to be 1 over. This is only the... I think we forgot to enable it down here. Yeah, it was going straight to this. Instead of this. But also, why was this even getting... Wait, is this going to the wrong thing too now? No. Which steps remain for the project? I guess I made progress. Yeah, I guess I made progress too. I really want to make this draw loop arbitrary, which is what I'm trying to do right now. I really want to make it like that so that it makes it easier to add like a lot of different draw loops. There's no fog. Oh, wait. But yeah, after that, oh, thank you, Aurora. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, but I'm not really sure what what my goals are. I really want to get this refactor done and get the bugs dealt with. I think that would be pretty awesome. Oh, you know why that's probably not? Is because I did this. That would probably be why. I kind of want to make a game engine for the PC98 or alright, peace out. Have a good night. Okay, so this is working. This is fog. Yeah, I think it would be really cool too. And there hasn't been an actual PC98 game engine made in the US, and I think optimizing something really small could be really cool. So the issue isn't in the shader at all. Like, there's no way. It's got to be a uniform that that's silently failing. The number one suspect for me is these projection matrices. That's my number one suspect right now. But they're externed. It doesn't make any sense because they're externed. And they're the same exact ones, right? Like these matrices get passed in, but they get passed in from these. It's a mystery to me why that would be not working if it works here. What? One way that I could prove this right is if I made a float test 16 equals, and then we just try to see what this would look like if we just had uninitialized matrices. Alright, peace out, Luca. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you do alright. And keep your head up about the job and everything. Yeah, let's see what it's like with incorrect matrices. Actually, let's also do it for, oh, these don't even use it. Yep, it looks exactly the same. Well, we found the bug. We know what the bug is now. God, that was so hard to track down. I literally had to go back to the old render loop and input into these two matrices of zeros just to find out what's going on. Okay. This is also why our skybox doesn't work in our new render loop. Oh, that's so weird. At least I found it now. Yeah, I don't understand. So basically what's happening here is I initialize it, right, to the pointer. I initialize it to this, right, which is The Matrix. It's bizarre to me. Unless I'm like, I don't understand how like extern works with pointers. Maybe it's like a different pointer. It's pointing to different memory than it actually is in. Is that a possibility? Because that's the only thing that I can think of. Maybe we just wrap these inside of the globals now. Like maybe we just do this now. Okay, so now we have all of these errors. This is the worst. Isn't there a way for me to like replace all? I just want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. Isn't there a global? I feel like I've used this before, but I had to look it up. I usually just do it by hand though, because I usually do it just like this. Like this, and then the worst thing is that there's so many different oh gosh. It's actually not that bad. They're pretty much all in one place. Yeah, I think after this refactor, I might just like, I don't know, take a break and try to do something else. Because let me tell you, this has been like killing me, you know? Okay, let me try to change the scene back to this. It's the same issue. It's the same issue. I don't understand. Like, like, I shouldn't have to give a pointer to this because it is a pointer. You know? Like, I shouldn't have to. It doesn't make sense. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to do that. I pressed that by accident. If I do that, then I'd have to, like... Then it would be, like... It would be... It would be this. Right? Like, there's no way that that's correct. But this is happening with all of my matrices. You know what would be interesting, actually? Hold on. No, but the params, I always set the params to the correct thing. There's no way that I use anything other than GL false in a count of 1 for any of these. Yeah, I use GL false in a count of 1. Hello man, how are you? What keyboard are you using? The sound is nice. It's my own keyboard. I built it. It's I forgot all of the specifics about it, but I have a video, an old video on my channel, with the specifications. I should make a command about it, actually. I get asked about it a lot. It's a Tofu 60 with a brass base, and I forget the switches. I appreciate that. I'm doing well. Doing well, except for some reason these matrices are not getting passed correctly, which is annoying. Yeah, you obviously can't, like, this is... I mean, at this point, we're just going to print out the values. I mean, like, what? I feel like I'm losing my mind here, or what? Gonna try that out. Same thing. They appear to be changing. This is text. So that's the orthograph. It's the sky. This is geometry. This is shader geometry again. Entity. Then this is entity still. Okay, so we didn't even see text, UI. This is volumetric. Entity. Sky. Sky also has the inverse matrix, 1491. Uh, the values look correct. The values look correct. The values look correct. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try this. We're gonna try it. Because I don't really know how to... I don't really know anymore. We're just gonna go to every part where we have a mat 4 or a mat 3 and just replace it with this, I guess. Doesn't really make any sense why that would be what we're doing, but I thought that these that this new bug spray would really help me out. It has been a little bit, but okay, so that should be everything. It's now a double pointer. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen, to be honest, which is why I was really confused why we would do that. It's because it doesn't make any sense. Oh, shoot. This is gonna drive me insane. If this doesn't work, then I'm down to just like... No, I can't. No, this doesn't work either. What do you mean? And I am using the right draw pass now, right? Yeah, I am. Let me try this now using the globals, I guess, just to make sure that I'm not losing my mind. Casting there shouldn't actually matter though. Unless I'm clueless. Yeah, this works. This works. Okay. Okay. Listen. This is gonna drive me insane. So we're gonna try it with the cast, just one more time, with explicitly casting to const.gl float pointer. And then if that doesn't work, I'm actually going to mem copy it. I'm literally going to do you don't understand how serious I am here. We're just gonna do this, and then we are mem copying in. I just don't care anymore. We are mem copying into M4 from val.m4.data. Like this is seriously what we're doing. If this doesn't work, that's what we're doing, and I won't hear a peep about it. Okay. And then we are gonna pass this in. You know what? I've had it. I just got so mad that I moved this over. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay. You know what? This doesn't work. Fine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care because we're mem copying it. Bro. Okay. I want to try this. Maybe it was the compiler doing some shenanigans. Oh wait, hold on. I have to make sure that I don't actually use this. Oh, I also have to make sure that we don't do this. I just zoned out. Alright, I'm gonna be out of here soon. Yeah, this is absurd. This is insane. That's insane. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I have to do some research on why that doesn't work, but yeah, that's really, really frustrating actually. It's like absurdly frustrating for me. Uh, yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's just not working with the, no matter what I try, that pointer just apparently is pointing to no data, even though it's pointing to a constant place, you know? Hmm. Yeah, it's pointing to, doesn't really make sense to me, because when I hard code it in, it works fine. I even tried mem copying it into a local into a local struct. It didn't work. So okay, well, believe it or not, this has bloom enabled. Um, Even though it's hard to tell right now. But yeah, so basically everything is back where it needs to be. Um, except for the fog, which, because of the projection matrices being off, also there is like these, as you can see, there's like banding effects. Reason why is because we were supposed to generate bitmaps for our post-processing text. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, that wasn't working. Because if you don't generate bitmaps before you bind that texture, or after you use that texture, then it apparently doesn't work. So that probably needs to be just a thing that we it would honestly have to be like an option to add uniform to shader, as if it's a sampler, do we generate bitmaps or not, and then we have a separate function that gets called when we bind it. So I'll do that right now. I'll try that. Do I want to have that part of the value or not? Probably not. Is this just... Oh, this is one of my favorite songs. .s.target. And then if sampler, if gen map dot. Now we have to do an MLG little helix thing here where we go add uniform. Okay. So we don't V, we go A, we go back, back, back. And then only for the one post-process text in the bloom, this post-process color text, we want to turn on true here. And then we go to where we create the frame buffer, and then we'll turn bitmaps back on for that. For the post-process text, that would be, where is this? Here. What? Oh. Oh, I added it to this one as well. That was pretty funny. Alright. I'm gonna be out of here soon, but hopefully I figure out what the problem is with that pointer. Why that array is blank on one end, but it isn't supposed to be blank. It's absurd to me that that's the case. Yep, so this is working. As you can see, that banding is now a lot less pronounced. Of course, we still have those bugs from the fog because of the projection matrices, but without that, it looks like it should, pretty much. I think that it seems to be correct now. Back to normal. So we're almost there, basically. We just have to figure out what's going on with our projection matrices, why we can't set them automatically. I have a feeling it might be some weird pointer thing. But yeah, it's very annoying, but basically everything is back to working now, so that's good. Also, our resolution changing isn't going to work, obviously, because as you can tell, it's not going to actually work because it's changing the resolution of the wrong frame buffers. We haven't set it up to use the new ones, so we have to do that as well. Alright, well, see you guys later. I think that after this refactor is done, probably got 2 more days of working on this until it's over, and then after that I'm probably gonna take a break and work on something else for a little bit. Maybe some older hardware. Gonna try to do a game engine. Yeah, I'm close, Aria. Yeah, it's been like a very long time. It's been like the past 5 streams. I'm really burnt out of working on it. It's been very painful. I use C scripter. I use C, not C++. But yeah, after this, I'm gonna work on, like, maybe I'll read up on the documentation for one of these old computers, or maybe a console, and then try to make a game engine for that. I'm thinking. I think PC 98 would be cool because there's been nothing done so far, so it'd be completely new, and I think that would be pretty fun. So I'll see you guys later. Yeah. Also, I do think that just watching me scratch my head and compile for like hours is probably not the most fun, but yeah. Alright, well, see you guys later. Hope you guys have a good night or whatever. Peace out.